The Honourable Court be inclined to grant a postponement for those purposes, a date has been arranged, and the date is the 25th of July, 25 July of this year, as well as the 26th of July, 25 and 26 July. Uh, 2022. Should the probation officer's report be available by the 25th of July 2022, it would be suggested that we proceed with the sentencing procedures and any evidence that may be led in mitigation and aggravation of sentence. But for now, it will be a provisional date, my Lord, 25 to 26 July 2022. During that period, the reason we chose that date is my Lord, has another part-heard matter with which I'm dealing, the state against Boomgaard. So this would be a suitable date. And the proceedings will, my Lord, would just note that it takes place in Pretoria and not Palm Ridge. As it pleases the court.
By agreement, or
As the court, please, my Lord, I really confirm that I still appear on behalf of the accused. And as per agreement, I agree with my learned colleague that, my Lord, the days are suitable for me. And moreover, that on the 25th, it will be, if the pre-sentence report is available, then on the 26th, then we'll proceed. And my instruction will be that the accused will take the witness stand. That will be all, my Lord.
by agreement, this case is postponed with the accused in custody to the 25th of July for a probation officer's report. The intention is to place the matter in such a way that it shall be possible to proceed with it even on the 26th of July 2022. All this will be for purposes of the sentencing procedure to be completed.
Let's move on to the 25 July. Then ngalo mhlaka 25 July bahlele njalo ukuthi manje ngapheli ngomhlaka 25 July ngiqhubeke futhi ngomhlaka 26 lapho ke ngizokuselwa khona esikole ukuthi ngaphakathi kudela ngalo mhlaka 25
As it pleases the court, my lord, may we be excused?
Well excused.
Yep.
Our running matter, CC 67 of 2020, CBR and 4 others.
Please, my lord, we confirm appearances on behalf of the state, GD Baloyi, assisted by R.C. Banda.
My lord, I confirm appearances on behalf of accused number 5 is before, my lord.
My lord, Advocate Tefo for accused 1 up to 4 has telephoned me this morning indicating that he's a bit delayed, and he anticipated that he'll be here at court around 10:30. He indicated that he was also going to phone your registrar, and the registrar confirmed this morning that he did indeed phone her. I can further, my lord, indicate that we received this morning papers from Advocate Tifo regarding what he calls a special plea. Suppose he'll amplify on those papers when he arrives.
Have you prepared anything?
Well, my lord, we only received them this morning. I had a brief discussion with my learned friend. There are two options. It's either the matter stands down and we perhaps agree on a timetable to file our responding heads, and we also agree on a date to argue those points, or if perhaps the feelings that those issues have already been canvassed, that we simply proceed. My learned friend has indicated that she was going to object against the request for the matter to stand down.
And you and the state, what is the inclination of the state?
Yeah. Look, my lord, I think the proper way to deal with the matter will be to get the opportunity to canvass the issues that have been raised by Advocate Tifo formally by way of heads of argument, and as I indicated, to then agree on a timetable for the filing of the heads by the respective parties, and then also agreeing on a date to have the matter argued. That would be the view of the state.
Advocate Tifo?
I've got some emergency that will inconvenience me. I'll be here before or at 10:30. And my intention when I arrive here I've had a bit of discussion with my learned colleague, Advocate Valoy, that before the court can proceed, I needed a short space, maybe 5 minutes, to converse with him the issues in relation to the special plea that we submitted last night or early this morning. And I'm not in position to can respond to what Advocate Valoy has said because I didn't hear the whole issue, but I had the piecemeal, for which it won't make me justice to respond to the piecemeal situation. I would like to request the court that we adjourn maybe 15 minutes, then I need to converse further with my learned colleagues insofar as today's proceedings will be concerned. Thank you, Lordship. Unless there's something that Lordship need to be clarified.
Advocate Sololo.
The court pleases, my lord. My lord, if my colleague, my lord, is asking for 15 minutes to discuss some issues, my lord, I would ask with the leave of this court that I be allowed to proceed with cross-examination now, and then when we adjourn during break, then they can be given that 15 minutes time to discuss whatever issues that needs to be discussed, my lord, as the court pleases.
Do you envisage that you will be done with the cross-examination today?
Today, my lord, it will depend on the answers. It will depend on the answers, my lord. But seemingly on Friday, I was also disturbed, my lord. It means I will still be going back to Friday's questions before I resume with today's ones, my lord. And I don't think I will finish today.
Basically, you are opposed to an adjournment anytime before you are done with cross-examination.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Just the way your colleague is done with his cross-examination.
Yes, the court pleases, my lord.
There you are, Advocate Tefo, advocating for Ishololo, set through as you conducted cross-examination to its logical conclusion. She's busy. I think we had a similar discussion even on Friday. All she wants is to continue with the cross-examination to its logical conclusion, whereupon whatever issue you wish to come up with shall then come.
Your Lordship, I find this very strange, Your Lordship. I request this Honorable Court to engage with the state in relation to what concerns my client as for the proceeding today. We filed a special plea. So it's definitely strange if Advocate Mushololo will say, will oppose my request to the court that I request to engage the state, including herself, in relation to the issues pertaining to accused 1 to 4.
Yeah, I think
This is not about interfering with her. in a cross-examination. And as you said, as you indicated, Your Lordship, it was very strange also last week when there was some certain negativity towards the defense of 1 to 4. Is now just want to play it out that I don't know what is here. Hence, I requested that if you remember, Your Lordship, I would like to take this court back to Friday that may we first be in the chambers of the Lordship, and then there are issues that I need to canvass, for which I cannot first canvass in the open court, because it will be a very, very strange thing and a very, very sad thing and a sad moment for the jurisprudence of this country. So I still insist that, Lordship, this time I would request that we go in the Lordship's chambers. I'll further canvass what I need to canvass and later canvass with my learned colleague, Advocate Baloyi. I don't see a reason to. I lack a way to explain this situation that is playing itself in this court. Really, because this, I don't know where it's leading to. Because I will still insist that I need to talk. We've got the whole day here. 15 minutes.
I think you should separate the issue of talking in chambers, because I don't think anybody can be against that. Unless I'm missing something. Advocate Michololo?
I want to address, okay, the issue is that I want to address Advocate Baloyi about our filing of the special plea before I can engage the court. Because if I can be excluded outside, having canvassed a serious issue of the violation of the constitutional rights of my client, it will be a sad moment.
I think what you are saying now you have said before. And you interrupted me. I don't know why. You interrupted me as I was still speaking and conversing the ideas of your colleague about adjourning for purposes of talking this matter, some matter out in chambers, and I was to also canvass the ideas as held by the state.
It is please the court.
Advocate Nchololo, I hear you to say you have nothing against going to discuss in chambers.
Sorry, my lord.
I understood you to be saying that you have nothing against going to discuss in chambers.
Yes, my lord, I've got no problem.
Advocate Baloyi?
We have no objection against that, my lord.
Court adjourns.
Are we going to chambers first, or are we discussing amongst ourselves?
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lord, thanks for the opportunity to canvass the issues with you in chambers. We, at the request of the defense of accused 1 to 4, Advocate Defo, we had a brief discussion, my lord, and the issue revolves around the request by Advocate Defo that a trial within a trial be held at this stage, and we couldn't reach consensus on that issue, my lord. We explained the normal procedure of a trial within a trial to Advocate Defo, and that is where we, that is where we stand, my lord. Then there is also a second issue about whether the proceedings should continue pending the application of a special plea by Advocate Defo, and an agreement was reached that this issue will be threshed out in the open court.
Yes?
Yes, please, the court, your lordship. The first one, my little colleague is putting me between the rock and the hard surface. It's not that we didn't agree. However, the main issue that supersedes the first one that you mentioned, that where it was me and himself, I can confirm the second one, insofar as our special plea is concerned. And further to that is what is being agreed upon in the chambers of your lordship, that we have to argue the issue on record, for which, as the complainant or the applicant, I'll be the first to start addressing the contents of our special plea. I also would like to hear from the court, your lordship, as whether I can start from where I am, or there would be some sort of the house rules pertaining to this filing, this application in relation to the special plea. I'll be guided by the court, your lordship.
Yeah. I keep on saying to you, your colleagues are here. Whatever move you take, it is for them to respond. And then, if needs be, I will make a ruling.
Okay.
So,
No, it's fine. Insofar as the state is concerned, I've got to go ahead.
Advocate Michelle Lolo.
As the court pleases, my lord. I do not have any problem. I'm not opposing the defense counsel for accused number 1 to 4 to bring whatever application they intend to bring. All I'm asking and seeking before this court, my lord, is protection, that I be granted an opportunity now and not later in the afternoon to proceed with my cross-examination. And even if it can be said that defense counsel for accused number 2, 1 to 4, and the state are given opportunity to discuss after lunch, still it will distract me, my lord, because I need to finish with this witness first. Before there can be any other engagements on any other possible application. That's my submission, my lord, as the court pleases.
Advocate
Yes.
Baloyi.
As the court pleases. Oh.
Advocate Baloyi.
As a court, please, my lord, we are in the middle of cross-examination by counsel for accused number 5, and naturally the correct order of doing things will be to allow the cross-examination to take its course, and thereafter then deal with the issues raised in the plea of the special plea, my lord, that for which we've just received papers this morning. It would appear that would be and we submit, my lord, that maybe that would be the best way of dealing with the matter. And furthermore, my lord, the issues that are raised don't really pertain to the cross-examination of this specific witness. It pertains to other issues pertaining to the case. So if and mindful of the fact, my lord, of the health condition of the witness, it would be perhaps undesirable that the cross-examination be made to stand down. So we suggest that perhaps the best option would be, that the cross-examination and the re-examination is finalized, and then the issues in the special plea can then enjoy the attention of this court.
So please, the court, your lordship. It is my impression, the court's impression, my colleague's impression that from the chambers, we'll be back in the open court to argue this matter in the open court, so that the proceedings can be clear to anyone who has got interest in this matter. As the learned judge has spoken, that this process, we don't own this process. We are the deployees in this process. I'm the deployee of accused 1 and 2 and my attorney. I've got instructions that the special plea be brought. And the special plea, your lordship, is a tried law that special plea is special on its own. It can be brought at any stage of the proceedings. It can interrupt the proceedings And the court will have no choice but to entertain the special plea to the end. Because after the special plea would have been argued or entertained by this honorable court, there is definitely the change that will be there. Special plea is a game changer. That's why it's so special, and it's a plea, it's a request to this honorable court. And in this special plea, we say, we request this court to entertain a trial within a trial, whereby accused number 1 to 4 are before this court in the manner that is not constitutional, where their constitutional rights were violated. And the ruling principle at the decider or the authority that cannot be denied or argued with is the provision of Section 35, subsection 5, Your Lordship, of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We brought special plea because we are alleging that accused 1 to 4 were assaulted to an extent that the confessions were solicited out of that assault. It's not just assault that whereby one can think about slapping one. To accuse 1 and 2. They were profusely assaulted to an extent that they bleeded. Before they make the confessions by the form of affidavit, which I am in possession, my learned colleague is the state, Advocate Baloy is in position, Advocate Mushololo is in position. Were done after the third assault, GBH. Accused 1 and 2, unlike I accused 3 and 4, when they were arrested first time, they were not arrested inside the correctional center like it happened with accused 3 and 4. They were assaulted, they were arrested from their respective homes, and since then they were kept at the police stations, various police stations. Whereby there will be a meal of the police. Assaulted with the tonfa, assaulted with the baton, assaulted, they were even suffocated to the extent that we were in the situation of the apartheid police tactics, where you will be suffocated with a tube to confess, to incriminate yourself to the matter that you didn't know, to the matter that happened in that particular night when you were in Mahlabatini, in KZN. When you were in Konongoma, in KZN, someone in the position of power, of authority, being the police officer, will say, take the responsibility of that matter. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care what you say, where you were at that hour, that fateful hour, that ungodly hour on the 26th of October 2014. Therefore, Your Lordship, I'm saying, let me read this section 35, subsection 5 of the Constitution, which says, evidence obtained in a manner that violates any right in the Bill of Rights must be excluded if the admission of that evidence would render the trial unfair or otherwise be detrimental to the administration of justice. Close quote. Your Lordship, Constitution. Our Constitution, we say, is a supreme law. Section 2 of the Constitution says, anything that is anti-constitution is invalid, and no one should give that the respect. It cannot be correct, Your Lordship, that the pending cross-examination should downplay the violation of the constitutional right of my clients. As I said, that the special plea can be the game changer. My cross-examination that it was led to Ndodemusia. Given opportunity to bring forth as the reason why the special plea should be entertained insofar as the trial within a trial. That evidence of cross-examination in case, and I'm not saying in case lightly, I'm saying in case because I don't have the relevant word that has got the weight to say. At the end of the day, we have canvassed the issues and the ruling is in favor of accused 1 to 4. My previous cross-examination to Ndodemusia, it will be null and void because we will then get into another process, which is a trial within a trial. Which trial within a trial is a preliminary trial. Hence, they say trial within the trial. Let's first.
Let me correct it. It can be singularly preliminary. Preliminary implies something that comes before something.
Something first.
Yes.
Yes.
But this is not. This can no longer be preliminary. We have already started with this trial.
I'm saying preliminary, not as preliminary. I'm saying preliminary from the basis. As I said, the special plea that we brought will be the game changer. Once the trial within the trial is allowed.
Then let me confess, I fail to understand what preliminary means in this context, but you insist on using preliminary, then all right, proceed.
It's the English, Your Lordship.
Okay.
So, as I was conversing with my learned colleague, Advocate Baloyi, for the period of 15 minutes, and thanks for that indulgence. When I was saying that now he puts me on between the rock and the hard surface, you may sometimes mistaken a rock surface to be the stone, and vice versa, depending on the texture of that stone and that hard surface. I'm saying this because I had understanding and I was under impression that indeed it's a common cause to me and my learned colleague, Advocate Waloi, that there is confession which were solicited in unconstitutional manner by the police on behalf of the state. Everywhere, or in every case, where there is a confession, the state is so very happy because there is not much needed from the state to prove. Having rested with a heavy burden to prove, beyond reasonable doubt. State is always wishing that there can be a confession. People confess, say, no, we incriminate ourselves. Then there's not much that the state has to prove beyond the reasonable doubt. Now, in this regard, Your Lordship, as I said, it's a common cause. And we acknowledge we are in position, as the defense, we are in alleged position of confessions. Is the first confession of accused number 2, who incriminated anybody amongst them, the 5 accused. And we have the alleged confession on accused number 1. And not only that, insofar as accused number 1 is concerned, we are also having the pointing out. He said he was standing somewhere at that address. Well, his colleague, his co-accused were doing that bet listing. So now, hence we are saying...
I know you don't like interruption, but can I interrupt? Because...
It's not interrupting, Your Lordship. It's
if you are going to contest confessions, and these confessions are not before court yet, and you are already arguing about the contents of the confessions, don't you think you should wait if the state decides to rely on the confessions? It will then present the confessions, and then you will make this argument you are making now. Because you are arguing about the contents of the confession. If the state had sought to prove the confessions, those confessions would be before me, and I would be able to relate to what you are saying now about the contents of the confession. Now you are doing, it's only you in this whole court who knows what you are talking about. I have to apply my mind to what you are saying, but the confession is not before me.
Yes. I hear, Your Lordship.
How does that happen?
I hear, and I'm deliberately saying that because I want to solicit the favor of the court. Because insofar as the contents of the confession are concerned, my learned colleague is aware. All my learned colleagues are aware.
But your deliberate action leaves me wanting. How do I listen to you? I have to be able to listen to you and hear you and relate to what you are saying. And now you are deep into a confession which is not before me.
I'm deep into confession, as I say that I need to humbly solicit the mercy of this honorable court to my client, humbly so. So when one is so frustrated and having this doubt as whether I'll be heard, I'll have some sympathy to this honorable court, one has to dig deeper. I'm aware of what I'm traversing on. And I'm also saying this because on Friday, when I was attempting to bring this application from the bar, where I was advised accordingly by the Honorable Court and my learned colleague from the state, that is better if it's in writing, we can also be prepared ourselves. And that was done.
Can I interrupt you in there? Did anybody say it should be in writing, or did somebody? Let me speak for myself. I said it should come as a substantive application before court.
Yes.
Not that it only be in writing. What I said is that it should be a substantive application.
Yes, which is a substantive application, Your Lordship. If we can even go into the Constitution, the supreme law of the country, we're definitely taking the advice of the Lordship very serious, because there is no one who can argue with the Constitution. When the Constitution says yes, we all say yes. We don't have a choice. When the Constitution says the door is open, we say yes, we get in. When the Constitution says the door is closed, we agree. No one can argue with the Constitution. And this.
And when the Constitution says you must follow procedure so that your opponent is made ready,
we will definitely do that.
Follow.
We will definitely do that and quote it, the Constitution.
No, have we followed here?
I followed it, and paragraph 35 is coincident that paragraph 35, that's where section 35, subsection 5 has been quoted. It's correlation here. And I've just quoted this to say, if this court ignore this humble plea, that there will be the action by this court, that action of the ostrich, dipping the head in the sand, say, I see nothing. It will be at the peril of this honorable court to say the cross-examination as it is now is supersedes the hearing of the application of trial within the trial. It will not only be that at the peril of this court, but it will be a sad day in the constitutional democracy of South Africa, for which the blood of the stalwarts and the martyrs streamed down the Limpopo River, down the Umfolozi, irrigating the trees. The blood of the Mahlangus and the Robert Sobukis of this country. We cannot afford to ignore that. These people who have been assaulted by the police, to extend that we say we had enough, we don't need the second assault, the fourth assault. Say whatever you want to say, the policeman and woman. What do you want from us? No, we want confession. Agree. Incriminate yourself to say you did act in a wrong way on the 26th of October 2014. And the poor sons of the soil, accused 1 and 2, they had no choice. They were left with a very difficult choice to write, to depose the affidavit. In that is a confession, and also they allowed themselves, insofar as accused 1 is concerned, was taken to the address that he never knew, to say, I will point where I was, and I'll point where accused number 2 was, where accused number 3 was, where accused number 4 and 5 were. If we be given that allowance, Your Lordship, that if the state has got the trust or has got the confidence so much that if the application be heard and be granted, at the conclusion, the state will be victorious. Then the state will not say, no, let's first entertain some things that this court didn't know about. Even if this court hear out them, it will be left aghast, surprised. It cannot be that. Let's proceed with a main trial whereby we'll call the witnesses. By the way, Your Lordship, in this case, the state has got about 130 witnesses, for which I doubt if this 130 are genuine witnesses. And strangely, or something that never happened, unprecedented thing in this incident of our, whereby our son of the soil, our beloved soccer hero, has been killed. There are 2 doggets. That's why we're saying that. It is our contention that, I'll talk with that comrade English. It is our contention, Your Lordship, that this other docket, that is not the one that we are here before, the court for, has got its own suspect, who, in the sense, or under normal circumstances, and in a very reasonable way, the suspects of this docket 375 are the people who were in the house when the deceased was shot and killed. Now, under this docket, that brought us here, that invited us here before Your Lordship, there is this weird theory that people got in there, 2 people. But before this court, we've got the 5 people.
Are you arguing about, what are you arguing about, the merits of the case?
It's not a merit of the case, it's trying to solicit the court sympathy in order to rule in favor that let the trial within the trial be dealt with.
But courts don't operate on the basis of sympathy. They apply the law to the facts.
Yes.
I think you and me must have been told at law school that the duty of any presiding officer is to apply the facts, apply the law to the facts.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So, but if we go about arguing in order to tease out sympathy, then we are betraying the fundamentals of our studies.
The law school tutors. But I'm not
No,
only, but I'm not.
the tutors, the law.
Okay. No, I want to say, Your Lordship, that I'm not only relying on the teachings of the law school alone. I'm also bringing the humanitarian reasons in my reasoning, in my request. The law school didn't teach me everything. And
No,
even
the law school, I'm talking about the law. The law.
yes.
Speak to the law.
The law is this one that I'm applying, and not just the law, but the apex law, section 35, subsection 5, is clear that should this honorable court,
And section 35, you have addressed me about section 35
subsection 5,
about 3 times now. You have to go back to section 35 in this argument.
no, when the court reminds me that I should apply the law, that's where I remind the court that I've applied the law, not just the law, but the apex law.
But do you have to quote section 35, which you begged to read, and I allowed you, because I don't know why you must come and read the sections here, because we are supposed to know these sections, but you asked to read, I allowed you. Now you want to go back to section 35 and to quote it for the 5th time.
Section 35, Your Lordship, in my own definition or explanation, I can call it the central nervous system of my special plea. Is
So
between,
if it's a central
between the
nervous
lower
system,
part and the upper
must
part.
it be repeated more than 4 times?
No, I'm progressing, Your Lordship. I was just saying that if you hear me repeating section 35, Your Lordship, is because of the fact that I consider it to be the central nervous system of my application before this court.
And if you hear me say, for the sake of time, for the sake of your clients, for the sake of everybody, please let us not repeat. It amounts to wasting time.
Yes.
Must I not be heard on that score? Must you insist on repeating it beyond 4 times?
I therefore, Your Lordship, humbly so, saying that in progressing, the state has acknowledged that trial within a trial should happen. However, where we differ with the state, states say trial within a trial should happen after the main trial
No,
or during the course of the main trial.
no.
During the course of the main trial. It's there. I've got the line, I don't know what my learned course is. Lining of this case, how the case, I've decided to run this case as a dominus litis. That's, you can always remind me what that specific way, say, lining or the program of this case, how it's gonna go. Because he is a dominus litis. He is the owner of the dominus litis. But somehow, Your Lordship, we cannot just allow the abuse of the position of dominus litis. Because they say, no, as much as I've solicited the confession will come later. And then now we must proceed with the evidence of what happened. Now, in that way, it's like putting the cart before the horses, or putting the cart before the oxen, in my own way, because when I grew up in my homeland, we were pairing the
But it's
oxen.
okay, the idea is carried.
Yes, I know you don't want to hear that.
Some use horses, donkeys, oxen,
Yes.
it doesn't matter.
We used to draw the water with the oxen, Your Lordship. So, now, in the case of the horse and the cart, you will confuse the rider, because you can ride on the horse alone. You can be on the cart pulled by the horses. Now when you take the cart, you put it in front of the horses. Are you going to get on the back of the horse with a saddle? Where will that horse go? Towards the cart, and it won't have a move. Will you get inside the cart? You won't go, because the horses are not pulling. The horse is disturbing the horses. It's what the state is doing now here. It's putting the cart before the horses. You cannot say at your own time, despite the fact that I violated the rights of accused number 1 and 2, at my own time because I'm dominus litis. The trial within the trial will be at that time.
You
That's where we differ.
You will realize that the opportunity you have now was to reply to the submissions by your colleagues. That's the procedure we follow. You addressed, they addressed, and after they addressed, you are to reply. Now you are coming up with horses. I didn't hear any of the two raising horses.
Yes. The Lordship will understand that I'm that figure of speech person. However, that's my submission so far.
Yes, in this case, trial started with the calling of the first state witness being warrant officer, is it warrant officer? Sergeant Musia, who testified about the experiences he had when, as one of the first people to visit the scene. After his evidence, over 2 days, if I recall well, Advocate therefore had opportunity to cross-examine Sergeant Musia on all issues that he deemed fit to be raised under cross-examination. After cross-examination by Advocate, therefore, it became, I must say that the cross-examination by Advocate, therefore, was not interrupted at all, except for instances where the state had objections to particular questions and the court made rulings going on. As for Advocate Mshololo, for accused number 5, she never interrupted at the time of cross-examination by Advocate therefore. Thereafter, it became the opportunity for Advocate Mshololo to cross-examine. And as cross-examination by Advocate Mshololo was underway, Advocate therefore rose up, not to object to any particular question, but to bring the issue of the constitutionality or otherwise of the arrest and the bringing before court of accused number 1 to 4, indicating that it was informed or backgrounded by severe assaults, which amount to the contravention of constitutional imperatives that govern the way accused persons have to be dealt with in terms of arrest, bringing before court, and the rest. This issue has come up time and again from Advocate Tefo, and on Friday I made a ruling that this trial shall proceed at the least up to the completion of the cross-examination by Advocate Mshololo. I must mention that in the meantime, which should not have been allowed to be necessary, Advocate Mshololo rose up, I think several times in open court and in chambers, pleading a cause for protection by this court, protection towards conducting cross-examination of Sergeant Musia to its logical conclusion from her perspective. This court was also pushed, I think, on Friday, which sort of starts to even shake the authority of the court in conducting these proceedings. But this court was pushed even to apologize to Advocate Mshololo for the interruption. It was mooted already on Friday that for issues like constitutionality around arrest, confessions and the like, to be fleshed out before this court, there is a need for a substantive application to be lodged. Both Advocate Baloyi and Advocate Mshololo seem to be idadem that the issues that Sergeant Musia is about do not hinge, they do not even begin to hinge on the confessions that are being spoken about. Up until now, the court has submissions from Advocate Tefo. It also, Advocate Baloyi and Advocate Mshololo both indicate that they only received a written submission by Advocate Tefo this morning. They seem to state that as a reason why I do not have any response from them around the issues encompassed within the submission Advocate Tefo submitted this morning. I too also received these submissions this morning, and all I could do within the space of time allowed was to browse over the submissions. I cannot say for sure as I sit here that I have already done justice in terms of going through the submissions. We agreed to meet in chambers in order to thresh out these issues. When we met in chambers, Advocate Tefo went at some length along the lines he did just now here in court. Basically restating that the issues he has to raise have constitutional implications, and because of the weight they carry, Advocate Mshololo should be stopped by this court from continuing with cross-examination, so that the issues he wishes to bring can be given preference and be dealt with. He even went as far as saying that going forward without doing as he advised would be a complete waste of time, because what he carries, I think he repeated it even here in court, is it's a factor that should decide direction in as far as these proceedings are concerned. Advocate Baloyi is dead opposed to the way forward as suggested by Advocate Tefo, and he stated his reasons, even from chambers, even here in court. Maybe I should first say that Advocate Tefo suggests, if not advises, that the contents of his address, he did not repeat it here in court, but he advises that the contents of his address may have such implications that we simply no longer have any trial going on. He made me understand perfectly that the issues he was to address about have potential to eventuate in a complete stop of this trial. And I must repeat that the stopping of trial is something that he had already conversed on Friday. My worry around that is that from Friday, even before Friday, there seems to be an understanding which I have already addressed on the part of Advocate Tefo, that this court would have the right, if I may use that word, to here and now say, Advocate Baloyi, tell the 5 accused to rise, and when they rise, this court would have the right to say, accused number 1 to 5, go home, and Mr. Policeman, run quickly and fetch so and so and so and so and bring them here so that I try them. And I think in a previous address I did indicate that that is potential and power that lies in the hands of the prosecution authority, a power that I do not have. And this argument still persists on the part of Advocate Tefo. And according to him, it would be the constitutionally correct thing to do. Before me, as I sit here, is the question whether we proceed with cross-examination by Advocate Mshololo, or we hearken the clarion call on the part of Advocate Tefo to go the route he suggests. Now, I had already indicated before that courts of law in our country, much as they are subject to constitutional imperatives, there are also procedural rules that are in place that have to be followed. For example, the one I can mention immediately is that when you bring any move that has implications on any proceedings, there has to be due notice to whoever is to be affected by whatever move you want to bring with. And therefore, for that reason, we have been talking on end about substantive applications, which advocate therefore argues almost vehemently that he has complied with. I haven't had Advocate Baloyi and Advocate Mshololo about that aspect, but I must say, on my part, as I sit here, I do not see a substantive application before me. I must also quickly add, if there was one before me, I would be astounded, because it seems to go about the manner in which confessions came to be in place, and those confessions about which I have spoken about so many times. I was forced to speak about them. In my language, there is a narrative that when people speak about you in your absence, your ears itch. I must say, if those confessions had ears, they would have itched so many times, because we are speaking about them. They are not here, they are not before me. There is no cause for me to address myself to the issue of confessions. And for the, I don't know for the how manyth time, if Advocate Baloyi were to seek to bring before court confessions, and were he to desire to persuade the court to rely on those confessions, my sense is that it is then and only then that leeway would have become open for anybody affected by those confessions to move legally, constitutionally, and procedurally as they deem fit, which sequence of events has not unfolded as yet before me. Having indicated this background, coming to address what Advocate therefore has even come to call a plea, also a plea for the mercy of the court, that Advocate Mshololo be ordered by this court to discontinue now with cross-examination, so that Advocate therefore can advance the issues I have been explaining all along now. The court doesn't find the wherewithal, if not the basis upon which to make such an order against Advocate therefore. In any case, there is an argument that what Sergeant Musia is about has nothing to do with those confessions. And therefore, after listening to Advocate therefore, after listening to Advocate Mshololo and Advocate Baloyi, the court orders that Advocate Mshololo continues with cross-examination. The court is very open to a possibility that immediately after we deal with Sergeant Musia, we will be watching the space in terms of what Advocate Baloyi does or does not do. If whatever he does includes an attempt, or no, not an attempt, an endeavor to bring on board any confessions, this court shall deem the space and the time to be convenient for anybody to react, however vehemently, to that endeavor to bring confessions on board, which he will be seeking to rely upon for purposes of this trial. So for now, the order is that Advocate Mshololo, this record will be lined up with apologies of a judge as if you are getting a special treatment. But I'm forced again, for the second time, to apologize for the interruption there has been, and I direct that you continue with your cross-examination.
As the court pleases your lordship, however, may I, as per direction of this court, have the court order or the ruling for today so that I can get the instructions? Because definitely, your lordship, we are not going to let it go.
Yes, yes. No, that is very welcome. Is the secretary here?
I'm here.
Yeah, I think you will need to immediately process an order in the words I have couched, and I think get the registrar to have that order ready. I think it should be dealt with as an urgent matter. Advocate Mshololo.
Thank you, my lord.
Advocate, Mr. Musia, are you well? Are you in a state to proceed now?
Yes, we can proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mosia. For the sake of progress from now onwards, Mr. Mosia, I would like to go back to the qualifications, my lord, of the witness, so that at least I'll know and be directed which type of the questions to put to you, or should I wait for experts? On the 26th of October 2014, when the incident took place in this matter, Mr. Mosia, when you attended the crime scene, did you attend the crime scene as an expert, or as just an ordinary police officer?
My lord, the witness was not minded to
Oh, yeah, thank you for that. Mr. Musia, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Witness confirms. Circumstances taken 6 October, how no Willis Wacken Sakahalo, William Mojaloka City, Papa, William Mojaloka.
Kinekile jwaloka setsebi morena.
I went at the scene of crime as an expert.
26 October 2014 ngikathi-ke ngiyakhona la kwindawo yesehlakalo ngaya nanjengomuntu-ke oseqeqeshiwe ngamagama-ke ungoti.
And you were a qualified expert?
That is correct.
Nanjengongoti-ke oseqeqeshiwe.
Okay, let's go to your qualifications now. When were you employed in the service of the SAPS?
Is it What is the question again?
When were you employed?
O qadile nini ho sebeletsa seponesa sa naha ya Afrika Borwa?
2006, January the 9th.
On the 9th of January 2006,
Uqala kwami ke ukusebenzela amaphoyisa kwaku 9 ka January 2006.
Okay. Then from 2006 to 2014, how long is that?
ho tloha ka
Period.
2006 ho fihlela ka 2014 e ka ba lemo tse kae mohlomphe?
From
8
2006,
8 years.
8 years.
Jwalo Mrena.
8 years of service.
Kwakusekuyiminyaka ke ewu-80 2014 ukusukela ku-2006 2014 kwakuyiminyaka ewu-8 ngisebenza emaphoyiseni.
So in 2012, when the incident took place in this matter, you were 8 years, which is below the period of 10 years. Is that so?
Ka 2012 ha o no o ya sebakeng sa ketsahalo o no na le dilemo tse robedi fela tse ka tlase ho lemo tse 10 o na le thupello kapa o sebetsa jwalo ka leponesa la naha e Afrika Borwa.
Jwalo Mrena.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi 2012 or 2014?
2012.
No. The date of the incident is 2014, my lord. 26 October. When I say date of incident, then you know that it's 26 October 2014. You don't have to ask that.
Kathi-ke ngikhuluma noma-ke ngalesikhathi-ke esikhuluma ngaso sango-2014 bese kuyiminyaka ewu-8 ngisemaphoyiseni kusho ukuthi ngaphansi kweminyaka eyishumi.
Okay. Then when did you do the qualifications of forensics?
Thupello ya ho etsa mosebetsi wa forensic o etse nini?
Or maybe my lord, just to rephrase, did you do any study regarding forensic
A re kgutlele morao.
investigations?
Re fetole potso e ka tsela e latelang. Na o ile a fumana thupello ho etsa mosebetsi wa forensic?
Jwalo Mrena.
Are you talking of study or training?
Training or
Okay. Or both?
or both? Did you do any study or training or receive any training? But let me be specific, my lord, to say, have you done any study in respect of forensic investigations?
O ile wa balla ho etsa mosebetsi o wa bo forensic? O etsa di forensic?
Ke entse BTech in forensic investigation.
I did the BTech in forensic investigation.
in 2019.
That was done in 2019.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ikhona imfundo engazenza-ke mayelana nalo phenyo lolu-ke khona la esiphoyiseni noma ngenza-ke i-BTech kulona-ke uphenyo lolu lama-forensic ngo-2019.
Okay, but at the time when you attended the crime scene in this matter, you had not done any study regarding the forensic investigations.
O bolela hore ka nako o no o qala ka diphuputso tsa case ena o ne o soka o etsa dithuto tse.
Ke entse di internal courses ho tloha ha ke fihla LCRC Local Criminal Record Center ka 2008 and ka ba criminalistic expert in 2013 Mrena.
I'll ask you to repeat.
From 2008
You said it's internal what?
internal courses in Local Criminal Record Center.
I did internal courses in local criminal record center 2008.
Kunamakhosi-ke engawenza-ke angaphakathi emaphoyiseni engawenza ngo-2008.
And
You said, what is it that you underwent?
Journalist.
a criminalistic expert in 2013.
And I became a criminalistic expert in the year 2013.
Ngaze-ke ngo-2013 ngaba ungoti-ke kwezobulelesi.
And what else?
In hape.
Ke ne se ke hlalositse ka BTech for 2019 ke tsona fela tseo.
Those are the only trainings that I did, my lord, and I had already explained to the court that the big tech in forensic science I did in 2019.
Ilobo kuqeqeshwa noma izifundo ke engayithola ke mayelana nawo ke lo msebenzi bese ngishilo ke nge-BTech yango 2019.
You said it's BTech on forensic what?
Science.
BTech in forensic investigation.
And that was in 20?
2019, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Mosia, I did not get you the type of the courses you studied in 2008. You said you studied, you received a training in 2008 on what?
Got 2008 Wednesday.
It's a basic forensic course,
Got 2008.
2008.
In 2008, I did basic forensic course.
Bathi ke course noma ke izifundo basic forensic course le engayenza ngo 2008.
And then in 2013, you did a criminalistic expert course.
Got 2013, yaba was a criminalistic expert course.
Ke 2013 ne ke completile ke ne se ke qetile dithuto ka ba credit ka criminalistic expert in 2013.
In 2013, I had already finalized the training. They then credited me with the criminalistic expert certificate.
So the criminalistic expert certificate is not like a course you are undergoing. You completed what you have told us about, and based on that, they conferred on you this certificate.
Ho bolela hore o ile a fumana thupello tse itseng ka morao hore o di qetile thupello tseo ke mo eleng hore ba o fa certificate se sa criminalistic expert.
Ho jwalo morena.
That is correct, my lord.
Kunjalo ke 2013 ingathi ke ngithola i-certificate lesi bakusemuva kokuthi ngenze ke ama-course noma le ifundo ke engiyibalulelana ke base ngo-2013 ke uma ngiqedile nginikeza sona.
Where is that certificate?
Se ka certificate se o buang ka sona?
Se lapeng.
The certificate is at home.
Sisekhaya noma sisendlini certificate lesi.
Can you bring it tomorrow?
O ka kgona hore tlela le sona ka hosane?
Ke tla etsa jwalo morena.
I will do so.
Zokwenza njalo ukuthi ngize naso kusasa.
Okay. Based on the internal training that you received within the service of the SAPS, you are then telling this court that you are a qualified expert because of that.
Ka baka la dithupello tse o ile wa di fumantshwa ka hare mosebetsing o nong o etsa, ke sona se o etsang hore o iphitlhele kapa o ipitse hore o se tsebi se rupelletsweng?
Ho jwalo morena.
That is correct.
Uyiqinisa ukuthi ngenxa ke yalokho engichazayo ifundo lesi kanye namakhosi engawatholayo emaphoyiseni yilokho ke okubangela noma kuyimbangela ukuthi ke ngiyichaze noma ngisho ukuthi ngiyumuthi.
Now that you have informed this court that you had received at least a basic training when you attended the crime scene, how come you say you left the crime scene because it was beyond your capabilities to do the investigations when you arrived at the crime scene for the first time?
Ho latela seo qetang hore jetsa sona hore o no sentse o fumantshitswe thupello ya the basic forensic course sebetseng. Jwale hobaneng o ile wa jwetsa lekgotla lena hore o ile wa tlameha o re tlohele sebaka sa ketsahalo ka hobane o ne o bona hore jwale sebakeng seo sa ketsahalo se hodima matla kapa thupello e o nang le yona?
Tjhe, ha ho jwalo. Se kileng ka se hlalosa le peleng kore lebaka le entseng hore ke tlohe crime scene ke le hlalositse ka makgetlo a mangata, and le handing over ya crime scene ke tshepa hore e etsaetse ka tsela e nepahetseng pele ke tsamaya ke tsaya le.
I've explained on numerous occasions the reason that led me to leave the scene of crime, and I believe that the proper handing over of the scene was done correctly.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke amahlandla amaningi ngishilo imbali noma izathu sokuthi ke ngingaqhubeki nophenyo kangalo yalanga futhi ngomnikezelwa ke lokho bathi hand over nomnikezelwa kwesini futhi kwenzeka.
Okay. But do you say that based on the training that you had received, based on this training that you had received, you were supposed to continue with the investigation at the crime scene because you are knowledgeable now?
Are ho ya ka thupello e o no sontse o na le yona, o na le maiphihlelo a yona, o no o loketse hore o ka tswela pele ka ho etsa diphuputso sebakeng seo sa ketsahalo?
And therefore you're leaving the crime scene when you were supposed to continue with the investigation was unjustified.
Jwale ho bolela hore ho tlohela sebaka sa ketsahalo ha hao ha wa etsahala ka tsela e hantle.
Mosebetsing re sebetsa ka protocol. Re tla tlameha ho latela melao e re fuwang mosebetsing.
At work we had to follow a certain protocol, and there are rules that always guide us as we are executing our duties.
And ke ka hoo ke ileng ka
Emsebenzini ke sinendlela ke esebenza ngayo futhi kufanele ke nokuthi silandeleke imigomo yakhona ke emsebenzini.
Okay. I understand that, but you were called, you individually, you were called to attend the crime scene as an expert. Am I correct?
Hopola hore o bileditswe sebakeng seo sa ketsahalo jwalo ka setsi. Ha ho jwalo?
ho jwalo morena.
That is correct.
And
Njalo ukuthi ngathi bengibiza ke bangibiza nanjengongoti nakazomuntu owazi umsebenzi.
And amongst all the police officers who were at the crime scene, you were the only one who was a forensic expert. Am I correct?
Ho maponesa kaofela a ne a le sebakeng sa ketsahalo, ke wena fela ana a tlile jwalo ka forensic expert, setsebi sa ba forensic. Ho jwalo?
Ho jwalo.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ke nokuthi kumaphoyisa onke ayekhona ngaleli langa akuyimina ke ungoti kweze forensic.
And then when you arrived at the scene, expected to conduct forensic investigation, you decided to leave the crime scene because it was beyond your capabilities. Is that what you are telling this court?
Ebe he wena ha o le
Please, I think the witnesses said it on numerous occasions that they didn't leave this crime scene because of limited capability, as my learned friend, puts it. I don't know what's the point of repeating that one.
I think, Advocate Msololo, I think this point is ripe to be left for argument.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on. The reason why I keep on going back to this reason, it's because my last question on Friday, asking you as to why you did not conduct a prime residue investigation from the hands of the people who were at the crime scene. You said you were not given instructions to do that. Am I correct?
are o boela a o botsa dipotso tsena antse a di pheta hore a tla a fihlelle hopotso yane ya qeteletseng ka yona ka la bohlano hane a o botsa hore hobaneng o ile wa ska wa nka masaledi a phofo ya sethunya matsohong a batho ba ne ba le teng sebakeng sa ketsahalo ya ba karabelo ya hao e ba hore ha ke ya etsa jwalo hobane ne ke sa fiwa taelo ya ho etsa jwalo.
Nna ha ke fihla ketsahalong ya bobodu. Ke fihlela hodima detective a se a ntse ana le dintlha ka ketsahalo eo. And nna ke le letsoho la detective yena ha fihlile assessa crime scene ha hona le bohlokwa ba hore ke nke PR test matsohong a batho ba ne ke sa re sena tsebo ya hore e ka ya nna ya ba batho ba ka solwang ka ketsahalo eo. Ke ka ho re sa bonang bohlokwa ba hore le yena detective ha ka ba a bona bohlokwa ba hore nka etsa PR test hobane re etsa fela ha hona le ho sola how na le ho sola hore monga kapa moetsi wa ntho eo a ka ba teng ka tlung ntle le mo a hona bohlokwa ba hore re etse PR test.
When I attend a scene of crime where I would find a senior officer already at the scene of crime, I would take information and instructions from the senior officer who would be at the crime. And if there were no suspicions that the people who were inside the house might be suspected to be to have discharged the firearm, there is no need for me to conduct a PR test. Hence, even the officer that I found at the crime scene did not give me a go ahead to do those tests.
Kwenzeka yonke uma ngaba ngifika kwindawo yesehlakalo ngithatha ke noma ke lokho engikujola uyena lo noma iphoyisa ke engifithe lapho kuqala ulana lapha ke kunephoyisa ke futhi elingaphezulu noma eliyisenior kumina ke engafica lapho futhi bayingekho kanye insolo ezithi kulabo ababengaphakathi endlini ukhona yini owayesola ngokuthi uyena owadubula ingakho ke kungazange ke lawo ma test lawo ke PR noma ubheka ke insalela zesibhamu ezandleni zomunye wabo noma zabanye babo ungazange kwenziwe.
And it was because of the senior officer who did not give you the instructions. Is that what you have just said?
Na seo ke ka baka la taelo kapa se o sa se jwetswang ke senior officer hore o ska ba wa etsa di-test tseo tsa PR.
Ntle le senior officer ne ke itse detective e ke mo tholang crime scene ke yena a nang le tsebo ka crime scene tlong sa interviewile batho mo ketsahalong ha ebe o nana le pelaelo o ne a ka molaela hore re etse PR test.
Besides what was said by the senior officer, I've already alluded to the fact that the detective that would be in the scene of crime would have interviewed the people who were at the scene of crime prior to my arrival. So whatever information that he may relate to me, then I will take it from there.
Who is that senior officer?
Nangaphandleni ke kwale phoyisa leli ke eli ngaphezulu kumina ke ngesikhundla ke no detective noma umseshi engimficayo elapho uma ngabe ke sengifikile lapho ngithatha ukuthi ke usenabo ke ama interview awabambile ke nabantu ababe lapho ngithatha ke engitshelwa uyena.
Who is that senior officer?
Ke
Who
mang
did not give you the instructions?
ke mang he senior officer eo a sakang a o fa a taelo kapa a sakang a o jwetsa hore o etse jwalo?
Ke ya ka hlalosa senior officer hakalo ke hlalositse detective e mo ketsahalong eo.
I was not talking more about the senior officer. I was actually talking about the detective whom I found at the scene of crime.
And who was that?
Ke mang yena o detective o?
Aki fihla haki ne ke attendile scene kgetlo la pele ke le ka fumana yena brigadier Ndlovu empa letsatsi le latelang ho tlile detective ya Phosphorus e leng sa hopola lebitso la hae ke Zwane. Captain Zwane. I could go verify.
Are you asking for the permission to verify?
The first time I attended the scene, the person that I found at the scene of crime, it was Brigadier Ndlovu. And the following day, it was an officer from Force Laura. With the permission of the court, I would like to confirm it's
Lieutenant Zwane.
it's Lieutenant Zwane.
Tshwanetse be Lieutenant Colonel Zwane.
It's supposed to read Lieutenant Colonel Zwane.
Okwenzekayo-ke ilanga lokuqala ngifika khona lapho kwakuyena uBrigadier Ndlovu engamfica lapho, kwathi ngelanga lesibili-ke mase ngifika khona-ke kwawu eqaleni bese uCaptain Zwane, kodwa ke etholakala ukuthi uLieutenant Colonel Zwane.
I just need to get clarity here. From the first time when you arrived at the crime scene, were you who was assisting you? Or who was going through with you when you were investigating the crime scene?
Kgetlo sa pele ha o ya sebakeng se sa ketsahalo ke mang a fitli o mo fihletseng eo a neng a o fa information ya hore o ka tswela pele?
Ke Brigadier Ndlovu e ke mo fumaneng.
I found Brigadier Ndlovu.
Okokuqala noma kwilanga lokuqala-ke ngafica kuwuBrigadier Ndlovu, uyena-ke wayengikhombisa noma-ke engitshela-ke la kufanele ngisebenze khona.
And when did Captain Zwane assist you?
When
Captain Zwane, if I'm not mistaken, yes, Captain Zwane.
Captain Zwane yena o thusitse nini?
Ha se ke joinile ke crime scene management task team.
After the crime scene task management joined me.
Yena-ke uLieutenant Zwane yena-ke uzongisiza-ke nkathi sekufike noma sekufike yona-ke i-task team.
Was that on?
I think it's lunch.
Oh, it's lunchtime. Can I just ask this one question,
Yes.
madam? Last one.
Do.
Colonel Zwane, did he assist you on the first time when you arrived at the scene or on the second time?
Colonel Zwane o thusitse kgetlo la pele kapa kgetlo la bobedi ha o no ya sebakeng sa ketsahalo?
Na nkare
First visit or second time?
second.
On the second visit.
Noma sengiyake ihlandla lesibili ukusizwa kwami noma ukulekelelwa kwami uyena-ke uLieutenant Zwane.
Where is Colonel Ndlovu, the one who was assisting you at the crime scene? Is that Brigadier Ndlovu?
Brigadier Ndlovu o kae ka nako eo?
Ka nako ya motshehare o na le teng.
During the course of the day, he was there.
Kwathi masekuhambelanga wabe ekhona-ke yena uColonel Ndlovu.
Right now, as we speak, where is Colonel Ndlovu?
Oh, hana jwale o ho kae?
Brigadier.
Brigadier Ndlovu o ho kae?
Ke sena bonnete empa ke utlwile ekare o se a fetile lefatsheng.
Without certainty, I had rumors that he had passed on.
Anginaso-ke isiqinisekiso kodwa ngizwile nje ukuthi uBrigadier Ndlovu washona.
So you are the only one left to testify regarding the crime scene on the first time when you arrived.
Ho bolela hore jwale di se di setse le wena he taba tsena tsa kgetlo la pele ha ne o fihla sebakeng sa ketsahalo.
Ke jwalo mra.
That's correct.
Mina kuphela-ke osele ongakwazi-ke noma ufakaza ngaleli langa lokuqala safika lapha.
You can take a long adjournment, my lord.
Are you all present, God, tomorrow?
Get two. Very good. Get two.
See.
Okay. Were there any blood stains
Hono hona le madi a bontshang bothungwa kapa ketsahalo mo
in the kitchen where the deceased was shot?
kitchen mo mofu a thunyeditsweng teng. Na hono hona le madi, maqhapatsa a madi.
Che, hono husna madi, fatshe, madi rwaswa pileng rwatotse le boteng la kitchening le thaetsweng.
Okay. There were no blood stains on the floor, but there were blood spatters on the wall, which was tiled the kitchen wall.
Bengekho ke lapha kule ndawo ke igazi ke kodwa ke obondeni elinawo tayela ilapho ke bekunegazi khona ke futhi singathatha khona.
Can you show us in the pictures that that's
And
On
among
the
madi
wall?
ane ale afumanehile sitting room.
And the other blood was found in the
Sitting room,
In the sitting room, that will be the lounge,
fatshe tiling.
or in the lounge area on the floor.
Listen, Mr. Mosia, we are not going to run like that. I am saying, show us in the picture where the blood stains were on the wall.
Ka dikotwana, re qala ka kitchen mane, re bontsha hore madi ana le hokae.
Blood stains in the kitchen wall, as we have said.
Maqhapatsa a madi ka kitchen.
Photo 89, Exhibit B.
In Exhibit B, photo number 89.
Isithombe ke siku 89 lapho exhibit B. Khona ke igazi obondeni.
And seseng hape. Photo 79 to photo 82.
And again, photo number 79 to photo number 82.
79 yofika 82.
Mo ehlaisang madi.
Mr. Mosia, I'm referring you to the blood stains on the wall,
Re sale le boteng ka kitchen-eng mong ha ka, so it's like
in the kitchen area, yes.
ka potlaka. I apologize on that.
Yakonisa ukuthi ngikhombise kunye ke uma wena usese kitchen obondeni nezinye ithombe zegazi.
Which photos?
Tsa ka kitchen-eng ke tse feng?
89. Photo 89. Fitla 92.
Okay.
From,
Sorry?
from photo number 89 to photo number 92.
89 ke yofika ku 92.
When were these pictures taken?
Tshwantsho tseo ke tse nkuweng bokae tse buang ka tsona tse?
On your first arrival at the crime scene or on your second visit at the crime scene?
Ke tsa ha o ne o ya kgetlo sa pele sebakeng sa ketsahalo kapa kgetlo sa bobedi.
Ke kgetlo la bobedi morena.
It was on the second visit at the crime scene.
Le ithombe ke zathathwa ke nkathi sesibuyela noma sekubuyela ke okwesibili.
Why were they not taken on the first time when you arrived at the crime scene?
Hobaneng di sa ka tsa nkuwa kgetlo sa pele ha o ne o ile sebakeng sa ketsahalo?
Ke ne se ke hlalositse ka mokgetlo lebaka la ka le entseng hore ke se ka tswela pele ka phuputso ya ka.
I've already alluded to the reasons as to why I did not continue with the investigations on my first visit.
Yeah,
Sishiwo ke imbangela nesizathu sokuthi ke ngaqhubeki nophenyo nkathi ndaya okokuqala.
why you did not take these pictures first time when you arrived at the crime scene?
Re ditshwantsho monghadi, kgetlo la pele, hobaneng o ile wa ska nka ditshwantsho?
Is there anything that prevented you from taking these pictures first time when you arrived at the crime scene?
Ho na le lebaka kapa ho na le seo sitisitseng ho ka nka ditshwantsho tse ha o ne o ya kgetlo la pele?
Ko latela instruction ya hore ketsahalo ya mofuta o ke tla tlameha hore ke bitse crime scene management task team hore re tlo kopantsha dihlooho le bona.
I had to first call the task team management so that we can all of us deliberate or in continuing with the evidence.
Imbangela ke ukuthi ngingayithathi ke ngelanga lokuqala ngayo kwakuthi ngilinde ke i-task team sizokwazi ukuthi sihlanganise amakhanda ngenqubekela phambili yophenyo.
As per the instructions.
Futhi ke ngilandela nazo ke ngakutshela ngamanye ama-instruction.
Which instruction?
Ke mang a na o fa ditaelo tseo kapa ditaelo tseo buang ka tsona ke tse feng?
Ke instruction e re fuweng mosebetsing.
It was the instruction that we got from my workplace.
I need
Instruction ke esawathola emsebenzini.
Now we need to see those instructions. If it was in a policy, it's a policy that you don't inspect the crime scene until this management comes in. You bring that policy tomorrow here in this court, where we are going to see that you were not allowed to do any investigations because it's the instructions.
Ara ha ebe le hona le di-police kapa molao o lo latelang le ditsela tse leng hore di ngotswe fatshe tse reng seponesa ha se ya sebakeng sa ketsahalo se lo fuputsa sebaka sa ketsahalo ditsela tse latelwang ke tsena le tsena re kopa hore ka hosane hosang o re tlele le yona policy eo hore le rona re tlo e sheba hore ditsela tseo ke tsa mofuta mang e utlwahetse monghadi.
E utlwahetse morena.
I understand.
Uzwakeleke uma uthi ke kuzofanele ngize nawe ke uma ngabe kuwumgomo noma ke into ebhalwe phansi esho kanjalo.
Okay. Now, where else or where is there any spot wherein you spotted the blood stain inside the house, other than the kitchen wall?
Re tswa kitchen jwale dibakeng tse ding tsa karolo ya na hona le mo madi a ile a fumanwa teng.
Madi a fumanehile sitting room pakeng tsa TV stand le couch stones.
The other blood stains that were spotted were in the lounge area between the TV stand and the couch.
Obunye noma enye indawo ke la batholakala khona igazi ke kuse-sitting room phakathi kwe-stand sayo ke i-TV kanye ne-couch.
Where were these pictures taken?
When?
When, yes, when were these pictures taken?
Ditshwantsho tse
For the blood stain.
tsa madi a hlahellang mo di nkuwe neneng.
Di nkilwe ka nako ya motshehare ha ne re second visit.
It was during the day on the second visit.
Lezi ke zona ke ithombe zathathwa kusemini kathi ke sebuya okwesibili.
And why were they not taken during your first time visit at the crime scene?
Hobaneng he ditshwantsho tse di le tsa seketsa nkiwa ha o no ile sebakeng sa ketsahalo kgetlo la pele.
Ke ne se ke hlalositse hape hore ke la ka tlameha hore ke tsamaye ka instruction ya hore ke se ka re ska ra processa crime scene ka borona re tla tlameha ho bitsa office ya crime scene management Gauteng task team.
I had already explained that we received an instruction that we should not process the crime scene by ourselves. We should first wait for the Gauteng task team crime management.
Esangishilo ke imbangela ke ukuthi ngaqhubeki ukuthi basisitsheliweke ukuthi kuzofanele silindeleke ku-CSM crime management i-Gauteng task team.
Okay. Is there any place where there were blood stains inside the house, other than the ones that were found in the sitting room?
Ntle le ka kitchen le ka foresting he ka sitting. Hona le dibake tse ding ka hare ho ntlo mo madi a ile a fumanwa teng.
Chair.
No, there were no other areas.
ngaphandle kwaleyo ndawo senikhulume ngazo-ke akukho la noma kwenye indawo la kwatholakala khona igazi.
Okay. Sergeant Mosia, it is alleged that the deceased was bleeding. I'm not sure if you know that, but my question is going to the deceased car that you found inside at the crime scene. Did you go and inspect deceased car if there were any blood stains inside there?
Hono ho so ho lotsile hore mofu o ne a tswa madi haholo. Jwale potso e latelang ke hore na koloi ya mofu o ile wa ya ho yona hore o lo sheba hore na madi a fumanwe ka hare ho koloi eo?
Chair, ngikabaka.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Cha angizange ngiyeke ngiyobheka imoto yakhe umufi ukuthi kambe inegazi.
And the deceased car was at the crime scene at the first time when you arrived, is that correct?
Kgetlo la pele ha o fihla sebakeng sa ketsahalo. Koloi ya mofu e ne sentse e le sebakeng seo na ho jwalo.
Ho jwalo morena.
That is correct.
Uyiqiniswa ukuthi kathi ngifike kokuqala laphayana imoto yakhe umufi iyayikhona.
Was there any investigation that you conducted from the deceased vehicle that was standing in the crime scene when you arrived at the first time?
Na hona le diphuputso tse bang o ile wa di etsa koloing ya mofu e neng e le sebakeng sa ketsahalo ka nako o fihla o tsweletsa pele diphuputso tsa hao?
Chair, ngikabaka ho etsa ho.
No, I did not.
Alukho-ke uphenyo engafike ngalenza kuyona imoto kamufi ngathi ngifika okokuqala laphayana futhi ngifika ikhona.
How far, do you know how far was the crime scene to the Butsolong hospital where the deceased was taken to?
What hospital?
Butsolong. Butsilong, thank you, my lord.
Okay.
Butsilong hospital.
Na o na le tsebo ya hore Botshilong hospital e hole hakakang le sebaka sa ketsahalo?
Ke a tseba.
How many kilometers?
O ka hlalosa.
Nka estimate
Can we get a Google map on the screen? For the distance, Google map. We can't. Oh, okay. Yes?
nka estimate 3 kilometers.
I can estimate it to 3 kilometers.
Ngaqagela-ke amakhilomitha awu-3 ukusukela kwindawo yesehlakalo nala iButsilong isibhedlela sikhona.
Did you check the deceased motor vehicle as to how many kilometers it had recently traveled?
O ile wa ka wa checka hore koloi ya mofu e ne e se ikile ya tsamaya dikilometara tse kae ka nako eo?
In reference to check the number of the kilometers driven from taking the deceased from the scene into the hospital.
Re bolela ka hore mofu a nkuwe sebakeng sa ketsahalo a potlakisetswe sepetlele.
Chair, seo ne se bohlokwa ho nna.
No, I did not, because it was not necessary according to me.
Mina-ke sasingekho isidingo noma ngizange kwenze lokho ngoba sasingekho isidingo sokuthi ngibheke ukuthi imoto kamufi ngaleso sikhathi leso ibisihambe ibanga elingakanani.
Very good, Mr. Musia. Did you request any tracking records of that motor vehicle in order to see the points driven from the crime scene to the hospital with the deceased immediately after he had been shot?
Na o ile wa kopa ba tracker hore ba tle ba o thuse ka ditsela tse ileng tsa tsamawa ke koloi e haholo jwang ho tloha sebakeng sa ketsahalo ho ya sepetlele?
Chair.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Angizange futhi-ke ngitsheleke nabe-tracker ukuthi ngibheke ngifuna ukubona-ke ukuthi kusukela kuleyo ndawo yesehlakalo ukuya esibhedlela iy'ndawo ezahanjwa yileyo moto angizange ngikucele lokho.
And you, as a result, and because we do not have any tracking records before this court, we do not know the distance that was traveled with the deceased after being shot from the crime scene to the hospital?
Ka baka la hobane ha wa ka wa etsa kopo eo e jwalo ya hore o fumane tracker, record ya track. Ha re na bonnete ba sebaka le nako e leng hore ile ya tsamawa le mofu ho fihlela a fihla hospital. Ka hobane ha wa ka wa etsa kopo ho ba tracker hore o tlo o fumane record ya koloi eo hore e tsamaile dibakeng le lebaka le le kanaka. Ha re na bonnete hana jwale hore koloi eo e tsamaile le mofu lebaka le le kae hore e be e fihle le yena sepetlele.
Ho jwalo.
That is correct.
Kunjalo-ke ukuthi nangenxa yalokho ukuthi ngazange ngiceleke noma inkantolo ingenabo ubufakazi-ke be-tracker ukuthi imoto yahamba kuphi, inkantolo ngeke yazi-ke ukuthi yahamba ibanga elingakanani futhi yahamba kuphi.
If there can be evidence, Mr. Mosia, to say there was a delay in the deceased receiving medical attention because he was transported via the places, how can we be able to prove that if you, as the first investigating officer and expert arriving from the crime scene, you never investigated that part of investigation?
Ha ho ka ba le polelo e reng mofu o ile a dieha hore a fumantshwe thuso ya potlako ka hobane ho ile ho tsamaya ho ya dibakeng tse fapaneng le yena se e baketseng hore a diehe hore a fumantshwe thuso ya potlako. Wena jwalo ka le fokisi le nang le tsebo le maiphihlelo le fihlileng pele sebakeng sa ketsahalo, ha o ile wa se wa etsa diphuputso tse jwalo, le kgotla le hodimo le tla tseba jwang?
Mosebetsi wa ka ke ho hlokomela crime scene.
My duty was to process the crime scene.
Yeah, but
Kuzo-ke ukuthi-ke le nkantolo-ke uma ngabe kungenzeka ukuthi imoto noma wake baziseka-ke umufi ukuthi athole usizo ngoba kwahanjwa indawo ezahlukene. Impendulo-ke ithi mina-ke okwami uma ngiye laphayana ukuthi ngibhekane nendawo yesehlakalo noma la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
but that was part of forensic investigation, Mr. Mosia.
Are empa seo ke karolo ya diphuputso tsa forensic.
A ke tshepe jwalo.
I do not think so.
Angicabangi-ke ukuthi-ke lokho kuyingxenye yomsebenzi wami noma-ke kuyingxenye yophenyo.
Let's move on to
Before that, would you say that even the tracing of blood in the vehicle would not be forensic in nature?
Jwale na o ka re le hore o tle o shebe koloi hore o tle o bone hore ho na le maqhaphatsa a madi ka hare ho yona e ne se karolo ya mosebetsi wa hao.
Ine le yona eo.
That one was part of my duty, my lord.
Kona-ke leyo bekuyiyona ingxenye yomsebenzi wami ukuthi ngibhekeke noma ukubheka ukuthi emotweni bekungekho yini igazi.
And what is not forensic, according to you, is the question whether there were delays or not in transporting the deceased.
Eo e seng karolo ya mosebetsi wa hao ko hore o shebane le ho tracka hore na mofu o ile a potlakisetswa fumana thuso ya potlako kapa seo ha se a ka sa etswa ka nako.
Ho jwalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Bekungesiyona-ke ingxenye yomsebenzi wami ukuthi ngibhekeke ukuthi mhlasimbe wahanjiswa ngesikhathi noma kwaba khona ukulibaziseka ekuthini ahanjiswe yini.
Okay. Was there a nearest clinic or hospital from the crime scene other than the hospital in which the deceased was taken to?
Na ho ne ho na le sepetlele kapa clinic tse ne di le haufinyana ho na le eo yena a isitsong ho yona mofu.
Botshilong ke yona e haufi ho tloha crime scene.
Botshilong is the closest hospital to the crime scene.
Umbuzo ukuthi besikhona nini isibhedlela noma ikhona eseduze kunalesi awahanjiswa kusona iButshilong iyona ke eseduze noma eyayiseduze.
Did you ask from the witnesses if anyone did call the ambulance to come and attend the deceased immediately after he had been shot in the house?
Na wile wa botsa batho ba neng ba le sebakeng sa ketsahalo hore ba ile ba bitsa ambulance hore e tle fihle ka potlako go tla thusa mofu sebakeng sa ketsahalo.
Ke tshepa hore eo ke karolo ya investigating officer.
I believe that was the duty that was supposed to be executed by the investigating officer.
Cabanga lo mbuzo ke wokuthi ngabuza yini kofakazi ukuthi khona yini wafonela ambulance ukuthi izonikeza umufi usizo ukuthi leyo ke ingxenye yophenyo lakhe umseshi.
Did you ask?
Wena ka buena na wile wa botsa?
Chair.
No, I did not.
That's the answer.
Yes?
Don't you think that as a police officer, the people who should have been called first to arrive at the crime scene, oh sorry my lord, can I just rephrase this? The ambulance or the paramedics should have been called to the crime scene immediately after the shooting incident. Do you agree with me?
Hang ka mora ketsahalo ya ho thungwa ba di paramedics e kapa thuso ya potlako e leng di ambulance ke bona ba ne ba tlamehile ba bileditswe sebakeng sa ketsahalo na ha utlwa
Jwalo morena.
That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi abantu bekufanele ukuthi babizwe qala ke lapho emuva kokuthi adutshulwa abama paramedic noma ke ambulance.
And those people were not called because you did not find them in the crime scene.
Empa batho ba ha ba ka ba bitswa hobane ha wa ka wa ba fihlela sebakeng sa ketsahalo.
Ke tshepa jwalo morena.
That is correctly so.
Kunjalo ke futhi ukuthi abazange babizwe ngoba angizange ngibathole ngathi ngifika lapho.
And the paramedics are the ones who could have provided medical attention to the deceased immediately after the shooting incident.
Ebile ba thuso ya potlako e leng di paramedics nka be ba ile ba fa mofu thuso e potlakileng hang ka mora hore a thungwe. How right?
Jwalo morena.
That is correct.
And
abama paramedic kona ke babazonikeza ngosizo uma ngabe bebiziwe emuva kokuthi adutshulwe.
And if looking at the circumstances of the deceased, I'm not saying you were there, I'm just saying looking at the circumstances and the nature of the injuries, when the paramedics had been given an opportunity, maybe the deceased would have been airlifted to the hospital.
The witness is being asked to express an opinion. He's not medically trained. In case he's already expressed an opinion which is collateral, you can't take it any further than that. But we submit that would be an unfair question.
I think you are thinking and expressing aloud what you are thinking.
Thank you, my lord. Oh, I'm just checking because this is the expert, my lord. I'm just grabbing this privilege to see maybe the expert also was thinking like me, you know, my lord.
Yeah, but then he was not part of those people.
Were part of those people. Yeah. I agree, my lord. Okay. Now, let's go back to the exhibits now that were lifted inside the house. Can I get statement 170? Mr. Mosia.
Statement 170.
Statement 117. Can it be pinned there on the screen?
The name of or the exhibit number of the statement?
Queen, sorry, my lord, I'm not intending to call the name of the witness. That's why I'm saying statement 118, my lord. The state knows which statement I'm referring to. We've discussed that. Statement 118. I don't want to read out the name of the witness, my lord. Maybe I can ask that a copy, if it's available, be given to the court just for ease of reference as I'm referring this witness to those specific paragraphs, but it's not the statement for this witness, my lord. Statement number 117. Maybe for the sake of progress, my lord, can I just lead the statement as it is, my lord, instead of waiting? I thought it would be easier. Can we get the statement on the screen?
He doesn't know the name of the person.
It's 117, 117. I don't want the name, please. 117. It's Sylvia Happy Ngubeni. Okay. Let's go to paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12.
I think we are on different statements. My lord, I'm referring this witness to the witness of Sylvia Happy Ngubeni, paragraph 12. Paragraph 12, line number 3, my lord, which reads as follows. When I arrived at the Kumalo house, the doors were closed. I don't know who opened the doors. Myself, Maggie Piri, Julia Musia, and Gugu went into the house. Do you hear that, Mr. Musi? The reason why I went into the house is because I wanted to see what happened in the house. When we were in the house, I saw water on the floor in the passage near the toilet. I was amazed to see the water on the floor when I was told somebody was shot in the house.
Are ho ya he ka statement seo yena ha kena ka hare ho ntlo o ile a makatsa go bona metsi a tletse fatshe le ho yela ka passage ya ntlo a makatswa ke ho bona metsi a o fatshe hobane una santsa a jwetsitse hore hona le motho a thuntsweng mo.
My lord, I'll skip paragraph 14 and go to paragraph 15. Maggie Piri started to pick up the empties from the floor. I asked her why she was tidying up before the police could arrive at the scene. Maggie responded that she does not want police to see that the people who were inside the house were drinking.
Mary Phiri o ile a qala ho nka ho thona ka di makolokoti a jwala a neng a le fatshe yaba ha ke mo botsa hore hobaneng a nka makolokoti ao yaba o re ha a batle hore ha maponesa a fihle a bone hore batho ba ne ba ntse ba nwa jwala sebakeng seo.
Paragraph 17, my lord, of the same statement says, the police arrived at the scene and they went in the house. I can't remember who opened the house for them. They came out and always saw the police ran, and I thought the police were always in the vicinity. Later, a contingency of police arrived and cordoned off the scene with tapes. Close quote.
I didn't quite catch some of the parts of the statement.
Paragraph
From
15.
always.
Paragraph 17. That statement is 118. I'm referring to statement 117. Paragraph 17 of statement number 117.
Kathi esabheka ke ku-statement esiqeda ukufunda ke ummeli lesi esika-happy ungubeni othi ke ubufakazi bakhe ke bangena kuyena uMaggie Phiri ukuthi mathi babe sebengena-ke bafika-ke isicabha sivaliwe ngoba babefuna uyibonela angithi bazwa ukuthi kukhona okwenzeka ngaphakathi bamangaza noma wamangazwa-ke ukuthi uma bengena ngaphakathi bathola kunamanzi kodwa-ke bebezwile ukuthi kukhona okwenzeka. Bathi ke uma sebengaphakathi njalo uMaggie Phiri-ke wathi esexosha amabhodlela otshwala abe phansi. Uma ngimbuza ukuthi waxoshelani wathi-ke wayengafuni ukuthi amaphoyisa abone ukuthi abantu abebengaphakathi endlini babephuza noma babekade bephuza utshwala.
And my last paragraph which I have read, it's paragraph 17 of statement 117, which says the police arrived at the scene and they went in the house. I can't remember who opened the house for them. They came out. I always saw the police ran, and I thought the police were always in the vicinity. Later, a contingency of police arrived and cordoned off the scene with tapes.
Are e ka morao ho sebakanyana ya ba ho fihla maponesa a re ha tsebe hore ke mang a ileng a bulela maponesa monyako hore ba kene ka hare ya ba ho always
And
run,
cordoned off the crime scene
always
with
run. I just can't
around the vicinity.
ya ba ha balehwa mo ya ba ka morao ho nakonyana ho fihla hape maponesa a mang a mangata o nahana hore ana a sentse a le haufi le sebaka sa ketsahalo.
Did you hear that, Mr. Mose?
O utlwile seo?
Utlwile Morena.
And you arrived at the crime scene after it had already been cordoned off. Am I correct? With
Are
this-
ye
with the
o
tapes.
botsa hore wena ha o fihla sebakeng sa ketsahalo e ne sentse ba kwetse ka tape ya ho bontsha hona le se etsahetseng.
O jwalo Morena.
That's correctly so.
Ngizwile-ke lokuqeda ukufunda ukuthi-ke lo fakazi uyaqhubeka-ke athi kwase kufika-ke amaphoyisa angena ngaphakathi akazi ukuthi avulelwa ubani abe ephinda ephuma-ke ephumela ngaphandle-ke amaphoyisa yena-ke ecabanga nje njalo ukuthi kade ekhona kuleyo ndawo amaphoyisa futhi-ke kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngafika-ke amaphoyisa esevalile nge-tape amaphoyisa.
So do you see that, according to this statement, you arrived when the crime scene had already been cleaned?
Ho a bona he hore o tjho hore ho fihla ha o fihlile ho sontse ho bonahala hore sebaka seo sa ketsahalo se security.
Wa utlwahala Morena.
I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke lokho kuloko qeda ukufunda ukuthi nkathi mina ngifike-ke sekukliniwe khona lapho kwindawo yesehlakalo.
Okay, can we further move on to the second statement? My lord, it's statement 118. Also, I'm not intending to call out the name. If we can just get the statement 118, and then we go to paragraph 15. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Paragraph 15. Paragraph 15, my lord, I read. It says, Mr. Mosia, can you listen to me, please? I further heard my mother saying, Mapiri, why are you tidying up before the police could arrive at the scene? I didn't see what was she doing or removing. I went outside, and when I was outside, Temba said, house must be locked, everybody must go outside. I then gave him key and everybody was outside the house. Temba locked the house.
Ya ba ke utlwa me antse a re Maphiri hobaneng o duletse ho hlwekisa sebakeng sena sa ketsahalo pele maponesa a fihla. A re ka nako eo ne ke sa bone le hore Maphiri ke eng antse a duletse ho ithona ka fatshe. Ya ba Themba o hlahella a re e mong le mong a tswele kantle ke batla hore batho bohle ba tswele kantle ke tsebe ho kwala le ho notlela ntlo. Ya ba batho ba tswela kantle ntlo ya notlela.
Paragraph 16, when my mother was asking that why Maphiri was tidying up, she responded that she doesn't want people to see that they were drinking.
Ya ba hamme wa ka a botsa Maphiri hore hobaneng a duletse ho hlwekisa le ho thona ka dintho fatshe. Ya ba o araba ka hore ha ke batle hore maponesa ba bone hore ho no wa jwala.
Kulesi ke istatement esifunda lana ke lona ke ufakazi ukuthi yena ke uma wakhe wase ebona yena uMaphiri ecleana ke kule ndawo yesehlakalo embuza ke futhi ukuthi ucleanelani amaphoyisa engikafiki ke khona lapho impendulo yathi akafuna ukuthi amaphoyisa abone ukuthi abantu laba ababengaphakathi babephuza utshwala. Kamuva ke wase uThemba ethi wonke umuntu akaphumele ngaphandle kuzokhona ukuthi endlini ke
You see, Mr. Mosia, this is the person confirming the tampering with the crime scene, cleaning with the crime scene.
Wa utlwa hore ke motho ya netefatsang hore sebaka sa ketsahalo hona le ho itseng ho entsweng ho sona ho sitisitseng bopaki. That's correct.
Ngezwa ke ukuthi lana lo ufakazi ke uyasho noma uyachaza ke ukuthi khona okwenziwa ke ukuphazamisana nale ndawo yesehlakalo.
Okay, let's move on to the last statement, my lord. Statement number 1A119. And also, don't want to read the name. Just take us to paragraph 3 and 4.
Which statement?
My lord, it's statement 119. 119. If maybe they can just hand it into the court just to see the name of the witness, my lord, because I don't want to.
What paragraph?
Paragraph 3 and 4 of statement 119. My lord, here is the statement just to see the name of the witness. I don't want to shout the name of the witness.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. Paragraph 3, Mr. Mosia, listen. I then saw Makhumalo giving Kelly's child and cell phone, which later I learned that it was Senzo's cell phone to Gugu Ngobeni. Then Gugu gave me her child. After a few minutes, I realized that Makhumalo left the house. Myself, the witness who made this statement, Megipiri, Happy Ngubeni, and Gugu Ngubeni decided to enter inside the house. Do you hear that, Mr. Mosi?
Are yaba ke bona Makhumalo afa ngwana wa Kelly le cell phone ya Kelly a dinehela ho Ngobeni ke ile ka hlokomela ka morao hore cell phone eo a neng a fana ka yona ho Gugu ke ya Senzo empa ka morao ho nakonyana ka hlokomela hore yena Makhumalo ha sa le teng ka tlung ka nako eo ile nna ke mongodi wa statement Megi Phiri, Happy Ngobeni, le Gugu Ngobeni. Rankata Chawra Rekene Kaharo Honi.
Ngase ngibona ke uMakhumalo enikeza ke ingane kaKheli kanye ke ne-cellphone enikeza kuyona ke uNgubeni uGugu kase kamuva ke ngathola ke uthi leyo cellphone kwakuyi-cellphone yakhe uSenzo kamuva kwalokho ke uGugu wasenikeza ke ingane emuva kwalokho ke sathatha isinqumo sokuthi uMakhumalo mina uMegi mina kanye noPhiri uHappy Ngubeni sathatha isinqumo sokuthi asingene ngaphakathi endlini.
Did you hear that, Mr. Musi?
Utlwile he Ntate Musia.
At that time, on the same paragraph, at that time, the door was wide open. Megi Phiri led us inside the house. I entered the house and stood at the passage. I saw a lot of empty beer bottles on the floor. I did not see anything else besides the empty beer bottles.
Arekana ko eo ra hlokomela hore monyako o bulehile e ya ba Megi Phiri o tsamaya le rona re kena ka hare a re etelletse pele ha re kena a ba fihlela hore ka passage ho na le mabotolo a mangata fatshe a jwala ha hona se seng hape se rileng ra hlokomela mo ntle le mabotolo ao a mangata.
Last paragraph, Mr. Musia, before you respond. Megi Phiri suggested to us that we should clean the house before the police arrive.
Meri Phiri ya ba o sisinya hore re hlekise ntlo pele maponesa a fihla.
Akwenzeka ke ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi ke isikabha ke sasevulekile wase uMegi ke esingisela ngaphakathi futhi ke ngabona nje amabhodlela amaningi otshwala lapho phakathi akukho kunye ngakubona. uMegi ke wasethi asiklineke endlini ngaphambilini kokuthi amaphoyisa afike.
We ignored her and she continued to pack the empty of beer bottles, and we left Megi Phiri behind busy packing the empties.
Yaba rona ri phapanya yena ke ha Megi a tswella pele ho thona ka mabotlolo ana a biri a ntse a paka yaba re mo tlohela mo
sasimshaya indiva ke kuloko akusho wasamshiya ke khona lapha endlini waqhubeka ke yena uMegi Phiri ke eqoqa lawo mabhodlela otshwala.
Mr. Musia, do you see what is being said by this witness is that the scene inside the house was cleaned. My lord, if I may summarize like that, the house was cleaned. In other words, the house crime scene was tampered with before you arrived.
Utlwile hore pakiena e rembo paking ba yona mohlomphegi a re ntlo ile ya hlwekiswa ho bolela hore sebaka se sa ketsahalo se ile sa sitiswa pele seponesa se ka fihla.
Go utlwala morena.
I hear that.
Ngiyakuzwa ke lokufakazi noma ke le statement esifundwayo salofakazi ke ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ngifike ukhona okwenzeka noma kwaklinwa ke phakathi endlini.
And in that process of cleaning the house, we don't know what was removed, what was planted.
Ka yona nako eo ho ntse ho hlwekisiwa ntlo. Ha re tsebe hore ho hlwekisitswe eng, hwa tloswa eng sa bohlokwa, hwa siwa eng se seng sa sebaka sa ketsahalo.
The words used in the statement is tidying up and packing. I don't think the word cleaning as such, is appropriate. If maybe we can just stick to, what the witnesses said.
But Advocate Baloy, would getting rid of water on the floor, is that not cleaning?
Thank you, madam.
I think it's just, a question of semantics, but the impression it's created that this cleaning was aimed or equaled the tampering with the, with the scene. But I will not take it further than that.
It is not a matter of interpretation. In the statement,
Yes.
This person is saying, I want a situation where by the time the police arrive, objects are no longer in the place, the original place where they were.
Yeah. As I say, my lord, it's a question of
And,
many.
and
we
packing, if you get into a house and things are not packed and you pack,
Yeah.
you removed water from the floor.
As I
I
say, my
would
lord,
need persuasion to believe that that was not cleaning.
I will not put it higher than that.
I would agree with you that we cannot surmise that it was not, that it was sort of done in
With
an
an
effort to hide evidence.
Yes,
But-
that's what I'm saying, my lord.
But that has not been said. What has been said is clean. What you are objecting to is clean.
As I say, I will not put it higher than that, and I'll leave it at that.
My lord, I'm not sure whether I had got the answer to my last question.
Yeah. Did you answer that one?
What was the question, the last
You couldn't have answered because that was an objection. The
Oh,
objection
thank you, ma'am.
normally comes before the answer.
Thank you, my lord. Now that the objection has been overruled, can you answer Ms. Debosia the question?
What was the question?
Do, this question.
Yeah.
Do you-
You know, Advocate Baloyi, I think our interaction distracted her.
Thank you, my lord.
We might even want to go back to the
record.
We surely don't want to get her off course.
Yes, her last question was, that is not the aim, my lord. Her last question was, so the crime scene was tampered with.
Yeah.
No, my lord, I think I said, and cleaning the crime scene will include cleaning and planting
Well, Advocate
other objects.
Baloyi, she was on an issue about witnesses no longer knowing, especially the police, no longer knowing what was removed and what
And what was
planted.
planned. Thank you, my lord. Exactly.
As a conflict.
Thank you, my lord.
Answer. Answer.
Jwale ho bolela hore ha ho ile ha hlwekisiwa kapa hwa sitiswa sebaka sa ketsahalo seponesa se keke sa tseba he hore ke ho feng hwa bohlokwa ho ntshitseng le hore ke ho feng ho siwe mo ho plantuwe.
Ho utlwahala morena.
I understand that.
Ngezwa ke ukuthi ke ngenxa yalokho okwenziwa noma lo fakazi athi kwenziwa uyena uMigiphile angeke sazi ke ukuthi yini eyasuswa futhi yini ke eyabekwa noma eyaplanwa.
Okay. And thank you, my lord. And all this took place before your arrival when you were still delayed looking for the address after the incident had been reported to you.
Mitsena tsohle di etsahala ka nako e wena o santsaneng o lahleha ha o batlana le di address o die ha o fihla sebakeng sa ketsahalo.
Ho utlwahala morena.
I understand that.
Futhi ngezwa ukuthi konke lokhu kwenzeka ngalesikhathi mina ke ngisaduka noma ngisalahleka noma ngingekatholi ke ukuthi sehlakalo senzeka kuphi ngibhekana nekheli.
Did you take blood test to all the people who were present when the shooting incident took place to see now who had been drinking this liquor?
The blood test.
Blood test, yes.
Oh.
Or maybe just to rephrase, did you do any test to check the level of alcohol in the blood of the people who were present in the house when the shooting incident took place?
Na wile wa etsa diteko ka ho nka madi a batho ba ne ba le sebakeng sa ketsahalo hore o tlo o bone hore ke bo mang ba ne ba le ka tlasa tshusumetso ya notahi ka nako ya ketsahalo.
Che o a ke
Did you?
tshepe
Did you?
Eya kapa she monghadi.
o a se mosebetsi wa ka morena.
That is not my duty.
Kwamasona ke umsebenzi wami ukuthi ke ngibheke ke noma ukuthi baphuze kangakanani ke noma kuthathwa igazi kulabo bephakathi endlini ngibheke ukuthi baphuza kangakanani.
Did you take any blood test? Did you do any test from each and every person who was inside the house when the shooting incident took place?
Wena na o ile wa nka madi bakeng sa hore o tlo bone tekanyetso ya bojwala e mading a batho ba ne ba le sebakeng sa ketsahalo kapa tjhe?
Ke tshepa hore ke arabile ka botlalo ha ke re o a se mosebetsi wa ka morenaka.
I believe my response was sufficient when I say that was not my duty.
And as-
Futhi ke impendulo yami ke impendulo yanele ukuthi akusona ke noma kwangasona umsebenzi wami.
So as a result of that, you did not take blood test from them, from the people who were inside the house?
Ka ba na se mosebetsi wa hao ya ba ha wa nka madi bakeng sa hore o checke tekanyetso ya bojwala?
O jwalo morenaka.
That's correct.
Lokho kwabangela ukuthi ke ngingakwenzi ke noma ngathathi ke igazi kubona.
Earlier on, you told this court that when you arrived, the police, some of the police officers were taking statements inside the house from the people who were inside the house. Am I correct?
Ore ha no fitlha sebakeng sa ketsahalo ho na le maponesa a nang ka ditatemente ka hare ho batho ba ne ba le ka hare ho ntlo.
O jwalo morenaka.
That's correct.
Kweqiniswa ukuthi kufika kwami ke kunamaphoyisa ayithathe itatimende kubantu phakathi endlini.
So were those statements taken from drunk people? Do we know?
Na jwale ditatemente tseo ne di ngolwa di tswa ho batho ba ne ba le ka tlasa tshusumetso ya notary.
Ke nahana hore ne ntse ba ba interviewer e seng ho nka di-statement ya kalo.
I believe they were just interviewing the witnesses, not taking a statement per se.
Cha ukuthi nje lokho babekwenza ke babuye nje inhlolo khona ungasukuthi bathatha ke itatimende kubona.
But that interview was done from drunk people.
Impa interview eo e etswa ho batho.
Where do you
kapa
get
ke
it?
batho.
Where do you get that?
My lord, I'm basing on the bottles of the liquor that was found inside the house. The witness, my lord, says.
But don't you need a lot of assumptions?
My lord, the witness says. I just want to refer the court to say there were a lot of bottles to show that people who were inside in the house, they were drinking liquor. My lord, can you just pause here? I'll start with referring the court to this paragraph to base my question.
Where do you get evidence to indicate that the liquor in those bottles was all drunk on that day?
The court is let me just withdraw, my lord. I'll just stop there. But I will continue with this witness tomorrow morning, my lord.
All right.
On the drunkenness.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
my lord.
Due to the lateness of the hour, this case is postponed with the accused in custody. It's postponed overnight to the 7th of June 2022.
Kubikala ikusasa ku-7 June 2022. Ngizoqala isikhathi esitosini lekusasa.
Can we all rise and join them up?
Because